I wonder, could one of the strangest jobs from the past actually be an option for you today? Strange, yes, but bad? I'm not so sure anymore. As I gathered these stories for you, I kept thinking, maybe, just maybe, I would have applied myself. Settle in, find your place, and let the day fall away from you. We are going somewhere far from here, not just a different place, but a different time. A world before alarms and clocks and comfortable jobs. A world with very different ideas about what counted as work. And perhaps, if they could see us now, they would find us just as strange. Millions of us rising at the same hour, dressing neatly, sitting still, staring at small screens all day, speaking to people across the whole world without ever meeting them, or as simple as a stranger delivering our food to our door. For some of us, both are simply an everyday thing. So, what is normal? Close your eyes if you like. You do not need to remember anything. You do not need to follow closely. Just let the voice carry you, and the pictures drift behind your eyes. Good night. The man who ate what the dead left behind, a forgotten ritual from history. A man enters a farmhouse where someone has just died. The body lies on a wooden table in the center of the room. On the chest of the dead person rests a piece of bread. A small wooden cup of ale stands beside it. The villagers step back as the man approaches. He takes the bread, eats it, and drinks from the cup. No one in the room stops him. In the hills along the border of Wales and Western England, during the 1600s, death usually happened inside the home. When someone died, the body was placed in the main room, while neighbors gathered for the wake. Candles burned beside the table where the body rested. People sat along the walls, speaking quietly and waiting for the burial that would take place the next day. In some villages, another small custom appeared during the wake. A piece of bread was placed on the chest of the dead. After a short time, a particular man was called to the house. He stepped forward, took the bread from the body, and ate it in front of everyone in the room. In several communities, this man had a specific name. He was called a sin eater. This is the story of the sin eaters. A world built on tradition. For most people living in the countryside of Britain during the 17th century, life was not organized by written rules or official systems. It was shaped by habit, memory, and traditions that had been repeated for generations. Villages were small and tightly connected. Families lived close to the land, surrounded by fields, animals, and neighbors they had often known since childhood. News traveled slowly. The wider world beyond the hills rarely interfered with daily life. What mattered most happened within the boundaries of the local community. Work structured the rhythm of the day. The land had to be cultivated, animals cared for, tools repaired, and food stored for the winter months. Survival depended on cooperation within the household and trust between neighboring families. But work alone did not hold these communities together. Just as important were the customs that marked the most significant moments of life. When a child was born, neighbors visited and certain rituals were followed. When a couple married, the village gathered and repeated familiar traditions that everyone understood. These customs created a sense of continuity. They linked the present generation with those who had lived before them. Death followed the same pattern. For people living in these communities, death was not distant or hidden. It was part of everyday experience. Illness, accidents, and the hardships of rural life meant that most villagers had witnessed death many times before reaching adulthood. Because of this, the community developed clear ways of responding when someone died. Families prepared the body themselves. Neighbors gathered in the house. Rituals were performed that helped guide the dead from the world of the living to whatever waited beyond it. Religion played an important role in shaping how people understood these moments. The Church taught that every human soul would face judgment after death. A person's actions during life, good or sinful, would determine their fate in the afterlife. Confession, repentance, and forgiveness were therefore deeply important ideas in everyday belief. But the religious understanding of death did not exist in isolation. Alongside official church teachings were older local beliefs that had developed over centuries. These traditions were rarely written down, yet they continued to influence how people thought about the soul, the body, and the fragile moment when life ended. Many villagers believed that death was not a clean break between two worlds. Instead, it was a transition. For a short time, the dead still remained close to the living. The soul had begun its journey, but its final destination was not yet certain. During this period, the actions of the living seemed to matter deeply. Prayers were spoken, candles were lit, the body was watched over carefully, and in some places, people believed that the sins of the dead might still cling to the body itself. If those sins remained unresolved, they could threaten the peace of the soul that was trying to leave the world of the living. It was this quiet but powerful fear that led certain communities to develop unusual ways of dealing with death. Practices that did not always come from the church, but from the traditions of the village itself. Among those traditions was one that appeared only after someone had died, a simple ritual involving bread, a silent room, and a man who was called for a very particular purpose. In the next chapter, we move inside the house where one of these gatherings is about to begin. The night of the wake. When someone in the village died, the first hours that followed were rarely silent or empty. News traveled quickly between nearby farms and cottages. A neighbor might notice that work had stopped in the fields, or that a door remained open longer than usual. Sometimes a child was sent along the road to tell other families what had happened. Before long, people began making their way toward the house. They came on foot, following narrow paths that connected one small farm to the next. Some carried lanterns if darkness had already fallen. Others arrived while there was still light in the sky, stepping inside quietly as the evening settled over the village. No one needed instructions. Communities like these had long established ways of responding when death occurred. People understood their roles simply by watching what had been done many times before. Inside the house, the family had already begun preparing the body. The dead were not taken away to another building or placed under the care of strangers. Instead, the responsibility remained with the household and the neighbors who had come to help. The body was washed and wrapped in a simple linen burial cloth. This preparation was both practical and respectful. Cleaning the body helped slow the effects of death, but it also carried symbolic meaning. It marked the transition from the ordinary routines of life to the final stages of burial. Once prepared, the body was placed inside the main room of the house. In many homes, this meant laying the body on a table or a board supported by wooden stands. The same room where meals had been shared and work had been done now became the place where the community gathered to keep watch. Candles were lit nearby. Their steady light allowed visitors to see the face of the person who had died. It also served a practical purpose, keeping the room illuminated as people moved in and out throughout the evening. This gathering was known as the wake. The wake was both a social and practical event. Friends and neighbors came to offer support to the family, to sit together during the long evening hours, and to ensure that the dead were not left alone before burial. Food and drink were often shared. Bread, ale, and simple meals passed quietly between those present. Conversations were subdued, but they were not absent. People spoke about the person who had died, about the work that still needed to be done in the coming days, or about ordinary matters that filled the spaces between moments of silence. The wake could last many hours. Sometimes it continued late into the night, with visitors arriving and leaving as their own households required attention. The steady movement of people through the room created a rhythm that many villagers had experienced before. But within this familiar setting, some communities practiced a ritual that did not belong to the official ceremonies of the church. It was quiet and brief. It required no priest and no formal prayer. Instead, it involved an object so ordinary that it might have been taken directly from the family's own table, a piece of bread, placed carefully on the chest of the dead. And once it appeared there, everyone in the room understood that the next part of the ritual was about to begin. In the next chapter, we meet the man who was called to take that bread away. The man who was called. Once the bread had been placed on the chest of the dead, the atmosphere inside the room often changed in a subtle but noticeable way. The wake continued, but the gathering now carried an unspoken expectation. Someone in the house would eventually leave. This task was usually given to a younger man or a neighbor who knew the paths between the farms and cottages nearby. Without much discussion, he stepped outside and made his way into the darkness of the village. He knew exactly where he was going. Most communities that practiced this custom also knew the person who performed it. The man lived somewhere nearby, often in a small cottage or on the edge of the village itself. He was not an official member of the church. He held no formal title. But when someone died, he sometimes received a quiet request to come. The man was known as a sin-eater. The name did not come from any official teaching or written rule. It grew out of the belief that the bread placed on the body had absorbed something from the person who had died, that something was believed to be the burden of the dead person's sins. In communities where this idea existed, people worried that certain sins might remain unresolved when a person died. Confession might not have been spoken in time. Apologies might never have been made. The person might have passed away suddenly, without the chance to settle their spiritual affairs. If these sins remained, many feared that they could trouble the soul as it left the world of the living. The sin-eater's role was to take that burden away. When he arrived at the house, he did not enter as a guest in the same way as the others. The people gathered at the wake usually made space for him, sometimes stepping slightly aside as he approached the table. The bread was still there. He would take it from the chest of the dead and eat it. Sometimes the ritual included a small drink of ale or another simple beverage placed beside the bread. The act itself was brief and quiet, lasting only a few moments, but the meaning behind it was significant. By consuming the bread, the sin-eater was believed to take the dead person's remaining sins upon himself. The burden that might have followed the soul into the afterlife was instead carried away by the man who had eaten it. When the ritual was finished, he did not usually stay long. He left the house much as he had entered it, quietly and without ceremony. The wake continued after his departure. Candles still burned. People still spoke in low voices. The burial would still take place the following day. But in the minds of those gathered there, something important had already been resolved. The soul of the dead person was now believed to be free from the sins that had once belonged to it. In the next chapter, we explore the beliefs about sin, judgment, and the afterlife that made this unusual ritual seem necessary to the communities that practiced it. Sin, judgment, and the afterlife. To understand why the ritual of the Sin Eater existed at all, it is necessary to look more closely at how people in these communities thought about sin and what happened after death. For many villagers in the 17th century, religion was not a distant or abstract idea. It was woven into everyday life. Church bells marked the passage of the week. Sermons spoke regularly about judgment, salvation, and the fate of the soul. People were reminded often that life on earth was temporary and that every person would eventually face an accounting for their actions. Sin was not simply a moral idea. It was understood as a real burden carried by the soul. According to Christian teaching at the time, forgiveness required repentance. A person needed to recognize their wrongdoing, seek forgiveness, and attempt to make peace with God before death arrived. But death did not always wait for these moments of reflection. Illness could spread quickly. Accidents happened in fields, forests, and workshops. A person might fall sick and die within days or even hours, without the opportunity to confess their sins or speak with a priest. For families and neighbors, this possibility created a quiet but persistent fear. What would happen to the soul of someone who died without resolving these matters? Church teachings offered answers, but in rural communities, those answers sometimes blended with older traditions that had developed long before formal religious structures became firmly established. Many villagers believed that the moment immediately after death was uncertain. The soul had begun its journey away from the living world, but its path might still be influenced by what happened in the hours that followed. Prayers spoken beside the body could help guide the soul. Candles burning through the night symbolized watchfulness and protection. The presence of neighbors and family created a sense that the dead person had not been abandoned during this transition. But for some communities, another concern remained. What if the sins of the dead still lingered? In these places, the idea emerged that sin could be transferred away from the dead person through a symbolic act. Bread placed on the body was believed to absorb the weight of those remaining sins. The bread itself became a kind of vessel. When the sin eater consumed it, the burden that might have followed the soul into the afterlife was believed to pass into him instead. This idea may seem unusual today, but within the belief system of the time it followed a certain logic. If sin could weigh down a soul, then removing that weight might allow the soul to depart more freely. The sin eater did not forgive the sins. Only God could do that. Instead, he was believed to carry the remaining burden away from the dead person, so that their final journey would not be hindered by it. In the next chapter, we look more closely at the men who performed this role and how their place in the community was shaped by the ritual they carried out. The man who carried the burden. The man who performed the ritual of the sin eater rarely held a respected position within the village. In fact, his place in the community was often uneasy. Most people knew who he was and where he lived. His house might stand at the edge of the village or along a quiet road leading out toward the fields. He was not hidden, yet he was also not fully included in the ordinary social life of the community. People greeted him, but not warmly. They spoke with him when necessary, but seldom invited him to share meals or gatherings. The role he carried placed him in a strange position between usefulness and suspicion. The ritual itself was believed to help the dead. but the man who performed it was thought to carry something troubling. If the bread absorbed the sins of the deceased, and the sin-eater consumed that bread, then those sins were believed to pass into him. Over time, villagers sometimes imagined that he carried the spiritual weight of many people who had died before him. Because of this belief, the sin-eater was rarely treated as an ordinary neighbor. He was needed, but he was also avoided. When someone died, however, the situation changed. A messenger would walk the familiar path to his home and deliver the quiet request that his presence was required. The journey to the house of the dead was usually short, but it carried a sense of purpose that everyone understood. When he arrived at the wake, people made space for him. He approached the body, performed the ritual, and ate the bread that had been placed on the chest of the deceased. Sometimes he was also given a small drink of ale or a few coins in payment. The act itself lasted only a moment, but the meaning behind it was believed to be far greater. Once the bread had been eaten, the burden of the dead person's remaining sins was thought to have been removed. The ritual had served its purpose, and the sin-eater could leave. He rarely stayed long after that. The wake returned to its quiet rhythm. Visitors continued to sit beside the body. Candles burned slowly through the evening, and preparations for the burial resumed. Meanwhile, the man who had carried out the ritual walked back along the same roads that had brought him there. His work was finished until another death occurred in the village. Over time, the position of the sin-eater remained an unusual one within rural communities. He existed at the margins of social life, called upon only when death created a moment that seemed to require his presence. But the world around these villages was slowly changing. Religious authorities grew increasingly uncomfortable with practices that did not follow official teachings, and new attitudes toward death began to replace older customs. In the next chapter, we look at how these changes gradually brought the tradition of the sin-eater to an end. The end of the ritual. For generations, the ritual of the sin-eater continued quietly in certain rural communities. It was never part of official church ceremony, and it rarely appeared in written records. Instead, it survived through memory and repetition, practiced in villages where local traditions still held strong influence over daily life. But the world surrounding those villages was slowly changing. During the 17th and 18th centuries, religious leaders increasingly discouraged customs that did not align with official church teachings. Many priests viewed the practice of sin eating as a misunderstanding of how forgiveness and salvation were meant to work. According to church doctrine, the forgiveness of sins could not be transferred from one person to another through a ritual act. Confession, repentance, and prayer were considered the proper ways for a person to seek forgiveness before death. The idea that another individual could absorb those sins through bread and drink conflicted with these teachings. Because of this, many church authorities openly criticized the practice. At the same time, rural communities themselves were slowly beginning to change. Roads improved, travel became easier, and contact with larger towns increased. Ideas that had once remained isolated within small villages now spread more quickly across regions. Customs that had once felt unquestioned began to fade. Families gradually relied more on church ceremonies to guide funeral practices. Clergy took a more active role in burials, and the presence of unofficial rituals during wakes became less common. By the 19th century, the tradition of sin-eating had largely disappeared from most communities. One of the last widely mentioned accounts comes from a village in Shropshire, where local memory described an elderly man who had performed the role many times during his life. According to these accounts, he would be called to a house after someone died, eat the bread placed on the body, accept a small payment, and then quietly leave. By the time these stories were written down, the practice itself was already fading into history. Today, the Sin Eater remains a curious fragment of rural folklore. It reflects a time when communities faced death closely and relied on a mixture of religious belief and local tradition to make sense of it. The ritual itself may seem unusual from a modern perspective, yet for those who practiced it, it offered a way to bring peace to a difficult moment, a small piece of bread, a quiet room, and a man whose task was to carry away what the living feared might otherwise remain behind. With time, the custom disappeared, leaving only stories that remind us how people once tried to understand the uncertain boundary between life and death. The Man in the Garden. Tonight, we explore a very strange arrangement that existed on the grand estates of England. A man hired to live alone in a stone cave, to grow his beard for 7 years, and to say almost nothing. Something about the practice felt important to the people who created it. The men who took these positions signed real contracts. They received a real salary, and the gardens that housed them still exist today. In the second half of the 18th century, wealthy landowners in England began placing small stone buildings in their gardens. These buildings were not used for storage. They were not decorative in the usual sense. They had a fireplace, a sleeping area, a rough wooden table, and sometimes a shelf with a few books. They were built to look old, to look as though someone had always lived there. And someone did. A man was hired to live inside. He let his hair grow long. He let his beard grow down past his chest. He wore a plain robe. He walked the ground slowly. He carried an hourglass sometimes, or a skull. He did not speak much to the people who visited the estate, and in some cases, his contract said he was not allowed to speak at all. Not for the entire length of his employment, which was usually 7 years. He was not a monk. He was not a philosopher, not officially. He was a paid employee with a salary and a room, and with one main duty: to be there, to be seen, to sit quietly in the entrance to his cave while visitors walked past and looked at him. This added something to the garden, something that stone and trees and water alone could not provide. This is the story of the ornamental hermit. The garden and the grotto. The great estates of 18th century England were not simply places to grow flowers. They were carefully planned landscapes designed to say something about the person who owned them. The choice of where to place a tree, where to put a path, where to let the ground slope down toward water, all of it was deliberate. All of it was meant to be noticed by guests. In the early part of the century, gardens in England had been very formal: straight edges, symmetrical shapes, hedges cut into precise walls, everything controlled and ordered. But by the middle of the century, a new idea had taken hold among the men who owned large estates. The formal garden, they felt, was too obvious, too rigid. It showed too clearly the hand of the person who had designed it. What they wanted instead was a garden that appeared more natural, a landscape of open grass, winding water, scattered trees, and long views toward hills in the distance. These gardens still required enormous effort to create. The hills were sometimes built from nothing. The lakes were dug. The trees were planted in positions chosen after careful thought. But the effect, when done well, was that none of this was visible. The garden looked as though it had always been that way. And within this landscape, structures were placed. Not houses, not practical buildings. Objects of a different kind. A small classical temple on a hill, a bridge over a narrow stream, a tower on a far edge of the grounds, and ruins, deliberately constructed ruins, a broken arch, a collapsed wall, a set of stone steps leading up to nothing. These were built specifically to look as though they were very old, as though they had once been part of something that no longer existed. The point of a ruin in a garden of this kind was to suggest time, to remind the visitor that things had once been built here, that people had once walked here, and that the years had slowly taken most of it away. A ruin made a garden feel as though it had depth, as though there was more to it than the visitor could see. The hermitage came from this same idea. A small stone building, usually rough and round, placed in the shadowed part of the grounds, among the older trees, near a stream if one could be arranged, in a part of the garden that felt slightly removed from the main paths. The interior was left plain. A fireplace, a sleeping space, a table, sometimes a shelf. Moss was allowed to grow on the outside walls. The windows were small and let in very little light. These buildings were already being built on several estates when someone had the idea of putting a person inside one. Looking back, the steps seemed small. The building already existed. It already had a bed and a hearth. What it was missing was the thing that would make it feel real. What it was missing was a man who actually lived there. The next chapter will look at the wider world that made this idea feel sensible, the ideas and fashions that surrounded these estates and their owners. The age of feeling. In 18th century England, educated people spent a great deal of time thinking about feeling. Not their own feelings exactly, but feeling as a subject. What it meant to be moved by something. What happened inside a person who stood before a mountain, or read a certain passage in a book and felt something shift. This was considered a serious question, worth discussing at length. There was a word for the quality that allowed a person to feel these things properly. The word was sensibility. A person with sensibility was someone who could be affected by beauty, by sadness, by the passage of time. Someone who noticed things. Someone who was not simply practical and efficient, but who could stop and be changed by what they encountered. Sensibility was considered a sign of education and refinement. It was something to be cultivated. Philosophers contributed to this atmosphere. Writers and thinkers had been developing ideas about the sublime, a particular kind of experience that was larger than ordinary beauty. Standing at the edge of a cliff, looking at the ocean in a storm, walking alone in a forest as the light faded. These experiences were not simply pleasant. They were slightly frightening. They reminded a person how small they were, but they also produced a feeling of expanded understanding, a sense that one had come briefly into contact with something much larger than daily life. Gardens, designed well, could produce something similar. A visitor who moved through a carefully constructed landscape might feel a sequence of things. Ease in an open lawn, then calm in a wooded path, then something harder to name when they turned a corner and found themselves looking at a ruin half covered in ivy, with the sound of water nearby. Melancholy had a particular importance in this period. Not melancholy as an illness, but a certain kind of thoughtful sadness, an awareness of time, of things ending, of the distance between what had once existed and what remained. This feeling was associated with learning, with classical education, with an understanding of history. the person who could feel genuine sadness when looking at a Roman ruin, even one built last year in an English garden, was understood to be someone who had thought deeply about the world. A hermit, sitting quietly in his stone shelter, said all of this without words. He suggested a life of long thought, a deliberate withdrawal from the world, years spent in a place growing old, looking at the same trees, change through the same seasons, thinking thoughts that visitors could only guess at. He was a figure from an older world, or seemed to be, and that was exactly what the garden needed. The following chapter will follow the practical side of this arrangement. The contract signed, the conditions agreed upon, and the beginning of 7 years of required silence. The contract. When an estate decided to hire a hermit, the arrangement was formal. There was a written contract, there was a salary, there was a defined period of employment. In all of these ways, hiring a hermit was handled like hiring any other member of the household staff, though the duties involved were unlike anything else in domestic service. The contracts that survive from this period vary in their details, but several things appear in nearly all of them. The hermit was required to live on the estate grounds for the entire length of his employment. He could not leave without permission. He was provided with food, with clothing, usually a rough woolen robe, and with an annual payment that ranged from modest to quite substantial, depending on the estate and the exact requirements of the role. The standard term of service was 7 years, a number that appears frequently enough to suggest it had become the accepted convention. During those 7 years, the hermit was required to let his hair and beard grow without cutting. He was not to use scissors or a razor. In some contracts, this extended to his fingernails as well. The purpose was clear: to produce, over time, a figure who looked genuinely ancient, someone who appeared to have spent years beyond counting in this place, indifferent to his own appearance, absorbed entirely in whatever life it was he was living. The question of speech appears often in these contracts. Some hermits were required to speak very little. Others agreed to complete silence. In at least one case, a man signed a contract agreeing not to speak a single word to anyone for the full 7 years of his employment. This condition was attached to a higher salary. The estate understood that silence of this duration was a more serious commitment than simply living in a garden, and they paid accordingly. The hermit's daily duties, in practical terms, were duties of presence. He was to be visible on the grounds. He was to be found in or near his hermitage when visitors came to walk the estate. He might carry objects with him. An hourglass was common, a skull was common, an open book. Some contracts specified these objects. Others left the details to the hermit's judgment. What the hermit did with the rest of his time was not usually addressed in the contract. He had a room, a fireplace, and a great many unscheduled hours. Some read, some slept, some, presumably, simply sat. The following chapter will look at what could go wrong in this arrangement, and what, in several documented cases, did. When it failed. The records that survive from estates that employed ornamental hermits are not complete. They come from household accounts, from letters written by visitors, from the journals of landowners, and from a small number of newspaper items that mention the practice either admiringly or with some amusement. From these sources, it is possible to see not only how the arrangement was intended to work, but also what happened when it did not. The most common failure was early departure. A man would sign a contract agreeing to 7 years of quiet life on an estate, receive his robe and his hourglass, and move into the stone building at the edge of the grounds. And then, some weeks or months later, he would leave. He would simply walk off the property, forfeiting his salary and whatever remained of the agreement. Why this happened so often is not always recorded, but the conditions of the role were more difficult than they might appear from the outside. 7 years is a long time. The grounds of a country estate, however beautiful, are also very quiet. The hermit had little to do. He had few people to speak with, by design, in many cases, by contractual obligation. The visitors who came to look at him did not generally want conversation. They wanted a glimpse. They moved on. The hermit returned to his cave. In some cases, the problem was the estate's other staff. The household servants and groundskeepers who worked on the property had their own opinions about the hermit. He was a curious figure, paid to do almost nothing, dressed strangely, forbidden in some cases from speaking. He did not fit into the ordinary social structure of the estate, and this created friction that is visible in some of the surviving accounts. There were also cases in which the hermit was found drinking. The rules about behavior varied by estate, but many contracts prohibited the consumption of alcohol, or at least prohibited visible intoxication. A hermit encountered by visitors in a state of disorder was not the melancholy, contemplative figure the garden required. Several contracts were ended for this reason. One of the most discussed cases in the historical record involves a hermit employed at a Surrey estate who lasted only 3 weeks before being discovered in a local village sharing drinks with strangers. His contract required complete silence. He had, by the time of his discovery, already spoken to a considerable number of people. His employment ended that day. The estates that maintained their hermits for longer periods did so in part by selecting more carefully, and in part by making the arrangement more comfortable. A well-stocked library, better food, small privileges that made the long, quiet years more bearable. The next chapter will look at the hermits who did remain, and what their long service meant for the estates where they lived. The ones who stayed. Not all hermits left early. Some completed their 7 years. A small number stayed even longer, past the end of their original contract, continuing to live on the estate by mutual agreement, because both the hermit and the landowner had found the arrangement satisfactory, or at least workable. The hermits who remained longest tended to be men who had, in some meaningful sense, accepted the life, not performed acceptance, but genuinely accommodated themselves to it. They had found a rhythm in the days. They had settled into the particular quiet of their part of the grounds. They knew the estate by season, where the light fell in winter mornings, which paths were muddy after rain, where the birds nested in the older trees. This knowledge accumulated slowly and was not useful in any obvious sense, but it was real. Visitors who encountered these longer-serving hermits often left descriptions of them in their letters and journals. The tone of these descriptions is consistently different from accounts of newly installed hermits. There is less emphasis on the strangeness of the figure and more attention to a particular quality that observers found difficult to name. Stillness, some called it. Others wrote about a sense of deep familiarity with the place, the feeling that the hermit and the landscape around him had reached some kind of agreement over time. The landowners who employed these men regarded them as significant assets. A hermit who had lived quietly on an estate for 4 or 5 years had become part of the grounds in a way that a newly hired man could not replicate. He had grown genuinely old in that place, or older. His beard and hair were the product of actual years, not a costume assembled for the season. When visitors encountered him, what they saw was not entirely a performance. It was also simply a man who had lived in this place for a long time. There was also a practical dimension to a long-serving hermit. His presence created conversations. Guests who had walked the grounds and seen the hermit came back to the dinner table with questions and observations. They mentioned the experience to friends. They wrote about it in their correspondence. The estate became known, in part, for this figure at its edge. In a period when reputation and conversation were significant social currencies, a hermit who could be relied upon to appear at the right moment, in the right condition, and to maintain his silence consistently, was worth considerable effort to keep. Some hermits were given additional comforts as their years extended. Better furniture, more books, a small income that continued even in the winter months when visitors were rare. In at least one case, a hermit was permitted to keep a dog. The dog was not mentioned in the original contract and was technically a violation of the spirit of solitary, contemplative life that the hermitage was meant to represent. But by that point in the man's service, the landowner was willing to make accommodations. The final chapter will follow these estates and their hermitages into the years after the practice ended. What remained, what was forgotten, and what can still be found. What remains? The practice of employing ornamental hermits lasted roughly from the 1730s to the early years of the 19th century. By 1800, it had begun to decline. The fashion for landscape gardens had not disappeared, but the particular mood it had expressed, the interest in ruins, in philosophical solitude, in living symbols of time, had shifted. New enthusiasms had arrived. The figure of the silent man in the cave began to seem, to some observers, slightly absurd. Satires appeared in print. The hermit became a figure of gentle mockery rather than serious contemplation. The hermitages themselves were not demolished. Stone buildings in established gardens are difficult to remove and easy to leave in place. Many of them simply became garden follies of a more ordinary kind. Decorative structures, empty, used occasionally for picnics or for children playing on the grounds. Their fireplaces went cold, their shelves were cleared. The moss continued to grow on the outside walls, as it had been encouraged to do from the beginning, and now did so without anyone managing it. A number of these buildings survive today. They can be found on estates that are now managed as historic properties, open to visitors on certain days of the year. The hermitages are typically small structures set apart from the main paths, in older sections of the grounds. They are usually described in the guidebooks as garden ornaments, or as examples of 18th century landscape design. In some cases, the guidebook mentions that the building was once inhabited. The hermits themselves left very few direct records. They were not, for the most part, people who kept journals or wrote letters that were preserved. What they left behind was mostly other people's descriptions of them, the observations of visitors, the accounts in household records, the occasional mention in a letter. From these fragments, it is possible to reconstruct the outlines of the role, but not much of the inner life of the men who occupied it. One thing that does appear in several accounts is a note about the hermit's departure at the end of his term. After 7 years on the estate grounds, the man would leave. He would take his few possessions. The robe, in most cases, remained behind. The hourglass, if it had been provided by the estate, was returned. The hermit walked away from the grounds with his salary, his long hair, and whatever the years had given him. What happened to them after that is, in most cases, unknown. The hermitages sat empty. The moss grew. The gardens continued to be walked by visitors who had no memory of the figure that had once stood at the entrance to that small stone room, and who would not have known, looking at the building now, that anyone had ever lived there at all. That is where we leave tonight's story. The man in the garden, the stone room at the edge of the grounds, the 7 years of quiet. Why people hired strangers to cry at funerals. The history of public grief. Tonight, we explore a world in which grief was not a private matter. A world where the way you were mourned said everything about who you had been, and where the tears did not always belong to the people shedding them. Imagine a funeral procession moving through the streets of an ancient city. At the front, musicians. Behind them, a large group of women, strangers, none of them related to the person who had died. They are wailing. Some are tearing at their hair. Some are scratching their own faces. They are crying loudly enough for the whole street to hear, and they are doing it because they were paid to. This was not unusual. Across ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, China, Ireland, and many other cultures, hiring people to mourn at a funeral was considered not only normal but necessary. The size of the crowd at your funeral and the intensity of the grief on display said something important about who you were. A well-attended funeral full of loud, visible mourning was a mark of status. A quiet funeral, with only a small group of subdued relatives, could suggest that the person who died had not mattered very much at all. Grief, in these worlds, was not just a feeling, it was a performance, and performances required performers. This is the story of why people hired strangers to cry at funerals. The funeral as public event. In the world before the modern funeral, before the quiet private ceremony in a chapel or at a graveside that most people in Western countries now recognize, death was a public matter. When someone died, the community knew. The body was not taken quietly away by professionals and prepared out of sight. It stayed in the home, laid out for the household and the neighborhood to see, sometimes for several days. People came and went. They sat with the body. They talked near it. The presence of the dead among the living was not hidden or hurried past. The funeral itself was a procession through public space. In ancient Rome, the body was carried from the home through the streets of the city to the place of burial or cremation. This was not a private journey. It moved through the center of public life, past markets, past temples, past the places where people gathered to conduct the business of the day. The people on the street stopped and watched. The procession was visible, and visibility was the point. What this meant was that a funeral was a statement. It communicated something to everyone who saw it. The number of people in the procession, the quality of their dress, the presence of musicians, the sound and scale of the mourning. All of these things said something about the person who had died and about the family that was burying them. A large, loud, well-organized funeral said that this was a person of importance. A small silent procession said the opposite. This logic shaped everything about how funerals were conducted. Families invested heavily in the appearance of a funeral not only out of love for the person who had died, but because the funeral was one of the few occasions when a family's standing in the community was on open display. The guests at a wedding or the mourners at a funeral were a kind of visible measure of how much you were respected. In a world without newspapers or formal records of social standing, the public procession through the streets was one of the clearest signals available, and because the signal mattered, the signal could be managed. If you did not have enough genuine mourners to make the right impression, you could hire some. In the next chapter, we look at how this worked in practice, beginning in ancient Rome, where the profession of paid mourner was organized, recognized, and taken entirely seriously. The Roman mourners. In ancient Rome, the professional mourner had a name. She was called a praeficia, a word that comes from the Latin for someone who is placed in charge, who leads. The praeficia was a woman hired to lead the mourning at a funeral. She was not there to blend into the crowd. She was there to set the tone, to begin the wailing, to show the other mourners, paid and genuine alike, how the grief should sound and look and feel. The Roman funeral procession was a large and carefully organized thing. Musicians led the way, playing instruments that were associated with mourning and with the transition between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Behind the musicians came the professional mourners, a group of women, none of them related to the deceased, who'd been contracted to attend and to grieve. The size of this group depended on how much the family was willing to spend. A poor family might hire 2 or 3. A wealthy family might hire dozens. What these women did was physical and loud. They wailed. They called out the name of the deceased and listed their qualities and their achievements. They tore at their own hair and let it fall loose, a deliberate contrast to the neat, dressed hair that Roman women wore in public life. Some scratched their own faces and arms, leaving visible marks. The point was not subtlety. The point was that everyone watching the procession understood immediately that this had been a person worth grieving, and that the grief being expressed was proportionate to that worth. The Romans were conscious of the theatrical quality of all this, and they did not find it dishonest. A Roman funeral was understood to be a public performance in the full sense of the word. The procession also included actors wearing wax masks made in the likeness of the deceased's ancestors, men dressed in the clothing of dead relatives, walking as those relatives would have walked, representing the lineage of the family for the watching crowd. The whole event was a kind of living statement about who this family was and where they came from. The professional mourners fit naturally into this world. Their tears were real in the sense that mattered. They were appropriate to the occasion. They served a social function, and they communicated something true about the importance of marking death publicly. Whether the women felt personal grief for a stranger they had never met was beside the point. The grief they expressed was real grief. It just happened to be directed at someone they did not know. Roman law eventually placed limits on what professional mourners could do, banning, for example, the practice of tearing out their own hair, which had apparently become extreme enough to require regulation. But the profession itself remained legal and socially accepted throughout the period of the Roman Republic and well into the empire. In the next chapter, we move to Egypt. where the mourner's role was not just social, but sacred. The sacred mourners of Egypt. In ancient Egypt, the professional mourner carried a different kind of weight. The grief she expressed at a funeral was not only a social signal, it was a religious act, connected to the deepest stories the Egyptians told about death and what came after it. The Egyptian understanding of death was built around the story of Osiris, a god who died, was mourned by his wife Isis and his sister Nephthys, and was eventually restored. The mourning of Isis and Nephthys was understood to be part of what made resurrection possible. Their grief, expressed at the side of the dead god, helped carry him through the transition from death back into a form of life. And so, at Egyptian funerals, two women were hired to stand at opposite ends of the body and take on the roles of these goddesses. They were not playing characters in any casual sense. They were enacting a sacred pattern that was believed to help the deceased make the same journey that Osiris had made. The requirements for this role were strict. The women who served as professional mourners could not be mothers. The demands of the role were considered incompatible with the responsibilities of parenthood. They could not have any body hair, and they had the names of Isis and Nephthys tattooed on their shoulders, a permanent mark of the role they carried, the identity they assumed at every funeral they attended. These were not casual workers. They were specialists in a ritual that was considered essential to the proper handling of death. Without the presence of at least two mourners to enact the roles of the goddesses, the funeral rites were considered incomplete. The body could not move correctly through the transition between life and whatever came after it. The mourners were not decorative. They were structurally necessary. The connection between mourning and the divine shows something important about why professional mourning existed across so many different cultures. In most of the ancient world, death was not a medical event that concluded a life and was then dealt with practically. It was a passage, a movement from one state to another, and that passage required help. The rituals around death were not performances in the dismissive sense of the word. They were actions believed to have real effects on what happened to the person who had died. The mourners, in Egypt as elsewhere, were participating in something that mattered. In the next chapter, we move through time and across the world to look at how this tradition appeared in other cultures and at the very different forms it took. Keening, wailing, and the voice of grief. The tradition of professional mourning was not limited to the great empires of the ancient Mediterranean. It appeared in different forms across much of the world, in Ireland, in China, in India, in West Africa, and in many other places where death was understood as a communal event that required a communal response. In Ireland, the tradition was called keening, a word that comes from the Irish caoinead, meaning a lament or a crying out. Keening was a specific form of vocal mourning, performed by women who had developed a particular skill for it. The keener, being caoint in Irish, would stand over the body of the deceased and give voice to the grief of the household. What she did was not simply crying. It was a kind of sung speech, structured and musical, in which she named the dead person, described their qualities, recalled their life, and expressed the loss that their death had created. The keening could go on for hours. It filled the house and spilled into the street. The keener was often an older woman, known in the community for her ability to perform this role. Families called on her when there was a death, just as they might call on a carpenter or a midwife, because this was a skill and not everyone had it. A good keener could move a room to tears. She could give voice to grief that the family themselves were too stunned or too private to express. She translated the interior experience of loss into something audible and public. In China, the tradition took yet another form. Professional mourners, sometimes called kusangpo, were hired to perform elaborate demonstrations of grief, sometimes incorporating music, movement, and vocalization into ceremonies that could last for days. In some regions, the performance was expected to be extreme, because the visible intensity of the mourning was understood to reflect the depth of the family's love and their respect for the deceased. A quiet funeral could be read as a sign of insufficient devotion, a suggestion that the family did not care enough about the person they had lost. In the Rajasthan region of India, women known as rudalis were hired to grieve for up to 12 days after a death, particularly in high-caste households, where the women of the family were not permitted to mourn publicly themselves. The rudalis wept and wailed and beat their chests in the streets, making the grief visible in a way that the family could not do directly. Their presence translated private loss into public acknowledgement. What all of these traditions shared was an understanding that grief needed to be expressed, that it could not simply remain inside the people most affected by it, invisible to the world outside. The mourner's job was to give loss a voice, a shape, a sound that the community could hear and recognize. In the next chapter, we look at how this tradition came to Victorian England, and at the silent black-clad figures who stood at the doors of houses where someone had died. The mutes of Victorian England. By the time the 19th century arrived in England, the tradition of professional mourning had changed considerably from the loud, physical performances of ancient Rome or Ireland. The Victorian understanding of grief was formal and restrained. Emotion was to be felt deeply but expressed quietly. The appropriate response to death was not wailing in the street, but composure, a controlled and dignified sorrow that showed the world you had been affected without losing your self-possession. And yet, the Victorians were, in their own way, as theatrical about death as any ancient culture. They had simply moved the theatrics into a different register. The Victorian funeral was an elaborate production. The house where the death had occurred was draped in black cloth. The horses pulling the hearse wore plumes of black feathers. The mourners were expected to wear the correct clothing, specific shades of black for close relatives, gradually lightening for those more distantly connected to the deceased. Widows were expected to wear full mourning for years, not months. The social rules around death were detailed, enforced, and expensive. Into this world came the figure of the funeral mute. A mute was a professional attendant hired to stand at the door of the house or to walk at the front of the funeral procession, dressed entirely in black, holding a draped staff. They said nothing. They expressed no emotion. They simply stood or walked, a solemn and silent presence that announced to anyone passing that death had visited this household and that the family inside was observing the proper forms. The mute's job was essentially the opposite of the Roman praefectures. Where the ancient mourner was loud, the Victorian mute was silent. Where one performed extreme emotion, the other performed extreme composure. But both served the same underlying function, they made the grief visible to the outside world, and they communicated something about the status of the family inside. Charles Dickens wrote about funeral mutes with something between fascination and contempt. In Oliver Twist, young Oliver works briefly as a mute at children's funerals, hired for his small, sad face and his ability to stand still and look sorrowful. Dickens saw the profession as a kind of hollow ceremony, a performance of grief that had become disconnected from any genuine feeling. But his criticism was directed at the institution, not at the people who used it. The families who hired mutes were doing what their society told them was correct and respectful. The form mattered. The form communicated. In the next chapter, we step back and look at what all of this tells us about how grief works, about what a funeral is for, and about what was quietly lost when mourning became a private matter. What the tears were for. The profession of hired mourner never fully disappeared. In parts of China, Taiwan, Brazil, Ghana, and other countries, professional mourners still work today. Some perform elaborate ceremonies with music and movement. Some simply attend a funeral and weep, filling an empty room with the sound of grief, so that the person being buried does not go out of the world in silence. The specific forms are different in each place, but the underlying need they answer is the same. That need is worth sitting with for a moment. The obvious question, why would anyone pay a stranger to cry, has an answer that becomes clearer the more you look at it. It is not really about the tears, it is about what the tears do. Grief, in almost every culture that has left a record, has been understood as something that needs to be expressed, not just felt privately in the interior life of the person who has suffered a loss, but expressed, made audible and visible, shared with the people around the grieving person. The act of mourning together does something that private mourning does not. It places the loss in a social context. It says to the community, this person existed, this person mattered, and their absence is real. The public expression of grief is a form of acknowledgement. An acknowledgement is part of how loss is processed. Professional mourners, in almost all the cultures where they appeared, were not hired to deceive anyone. The people watching the procession knew that some of the mourners were paid. The family knew. The mourners themselves knew. The transaction was not hidden. What was being purchased was not the appearance of grief, but the presence of grief. The sound and sight of mourning in a space where it was needed. The distinction may seem small, but it is important. The shift away from public communal mourning toward private, quiet funerals happened gradually across the Western world over the past 2 centuries. It was driven partly by changing ideas about emotion and self-control, partly by the professionalization of the funeral industry, and partly by the growing sense that grief was a personal matter that did not need to involve the wider community. The result is the kind of funeral that most people in wealthy Western countries now experience. A small gathering, a brief ceremony, a careful restraint of visible emotion, and then a return to ordinary life. There is nothing wrong with this, but something was also lost in the transition. The cultures that hired mourners understood, in their own way, that loss is a social event as much as a personal one, that the community has a stake in how its members die and how they are mourned, that grief, when it is shared and expressed and witnessed, is carried differently than when it is borne alone and in silence. The women who stood in the streets of ancient Rome and wept for strangers were not performing something false. They were performing something necessary. They were giving voice to the fact that someone had gone and that the going mattered. That is a thing worth doing, and that is where this story rests. The human alarm clock. Tonight, we explore the quiet morning rounds of the human alarm clock, a small, practical job that once kept entire cities on time. In the early morning streets of industrial Britain, long before electric alarms became common in private homes, certain workers began their day while most of the city was still asleep. They moved through narrow rows of brick houses, stopping at familiar windows in a routine repeated 5 and sometimes 6 days each week. Their work followed the rhythms of factories, mills, and railway timetables that demanded workers arrive at precise hours. In neighborhoods where shift work had become part of daily life, this service became quietly dependable, appearing in working-class districts from the late 19th century into the early 20th. The tools were simple and often homemade. The routes were memorized. The pay was modest, but steady enough to support a careful routine. Over time, the practice became a small but recognizable feature of urban working life in parts of England and Ireland. This is the story of the human alarm clock. Morning rounds. Before the first factory whistles sound, the streets of an industrial town such as Manchester or Liverpool remain mostly still. The air is cool, and in many neighborhoods, the gas lamps are either dim or already extinguished. Rows of narrow brick houses stand close together, their upper windows dark behind thin curtains that have not yet been opened for the day. At this hour, one of the few people already at work moves steadily along the pavement. The figure follows a route that has likely changed very little from one morning to the next. In one hand is a long, slender pole, often made of bamboo or light wood, carried easily for several miles through the waking city. The surface of the pole is worn smooth from repeated use. This is the tool of the knocker-up, the human alarm clock. The worker stops at a familiar address and looks upward. Nothing about the house is marked, yet the stop is exact. Routes are memorized carefully. Many knockers-up served the same households for years, sometimes decades, until the sequence of windows became automatic. The pole rises slowly until the tip reaches the glass of a second-floor window. The first taps are measured and controlled, not loud enough to disturb the entire street, but firm enough to travel through the thin pane into the room beyond. The tapping continues in short bursts, followed by a pause. Waiting is part of the work. The knocker-up watches for movement behind the curtain. In some homes, a shadow appears quickly. In others, the tapping must continue longer. Experienced workers learned exactly how persistent each household required the knocking to be. The goal is not simply to make noise. The goal is confirmation. Many knockers-up do not leave until they see clear movement inside the room. A lifted curtain, a hand at the glass. Sometimes the window opens briefly and a voice calls down to confirm the person is awake. Only then does the worker lower the pole and continue down the street. Payment depends on reliability. Most clients pay a few pence per week for the service, a small but important expense in working-class districts where missing a factory shift could cost far more. In dense neighborhoods, a single knocker-up might be responsible for waking dozens of workers each morning. Not all tools are poles. In some districts, especially where windows are higher or streets narrower, workers carry short sticks or even pea shooters, blowing dried peas gently against the glass to create a sharp but controlled tapping sound. The method changes but the routine remains the same. Stop, look up, signal, wait, confirm, move on. Weather rarely changes the pattern. On damp mornings, the pavement can be slick, and in winter, the cold settles into the workers' hands long before sunrise. Even so, the rounds continue with steady regularity. A missed knock can mean lost wages for someone else. In some neighborhoods, different knockers-up cover adjacent streets, each responsible for a known territory that residents come to rely on without much discussion. By the time the first factory whistles finally sound in the distance, much of the waking has already been completed. Curtains begin to shift. Doors will soon open. Fires will be lit in small kitchen ranges across the row. The worker with the pole continues forward, finishing the last addresses as the city itself begins to stir. In the next chapter, we step back to see how this unusual occupation first appeared and why so many. How the job appeared. The work of the human alarm clock began to appear in British industrial towns during the later 19th century, when factory time became more exact than most household routines. In earlier rural settings, people often rose with daylight or with the informal sounds of the street. But in expanding cities such as Manchester, Birmingham, and parts of London, factory gates began to close at fixed minutes that did not easily adjust to oversleeping. For many workers, arriving even a few minutes late could mean lost pay or being turned away for the entire shift. In crowded working-class districts, this created a small but persistent problem. People needed to wake at precise hours, often well before sunrise, and many households did not yet own a reliable mechanical alarm clock. Alarm clocks did exist by the late 19th century, but they were not yet common in poorer neighborhoods. Some were expensive relative to weekly wages. Others were known to lose time or fail to ring consistently after heavy daily use. In streets where factory labor was the norm, a practical solution began to take shape. Early risers, sometimes watchmen finishing night duty, sometimes elderly workers, sometimes individuals already accustomed to pre-dawn schedules, began offering wake-up services for a small weekly fee. The arrangement was simple, but depended heavily on trust. A household would agree on a specific time, often tied closely to factory shift bells, and the knocker-up would add that window to a growing morning route. By the 1880s and 1890s, the practice was widely documented in parts of England and Ireland. In some districts, it became common enough that residents expected the service to be available, especially in areas dominated by mill and dock work. The job required very little equipment, but it demanded consistency. A reliable knocker-up needed a strong memory, a predictable walking pace, and the willingness to work outdoors in poor weather. Because the rounds often began before most public activity started, the work also suited people whose schedules already placed them on the streets at unusual hours. Payment was usually collected weekly in small amounts. Contemporary accounts suggest many workers charged only a few pence per household, which meant the income depended on serving a fairly large number of clients along a tightly planned route. In some neighborhoods, informal territories developed. One knocker-up might cover several adjacent streets, while another worked the next block over. The boundaries were rarely written down, but regular clients tended to remain loyal to the same person once trust was established. The service spread quietly rather than through formal organization. There were no large companies managing the work. Instead, it moved through word of mouth, neighborhood reputation, and the steady pressure of factory timekeeping. By the early 20th century, the human alarm clock had become a familiar, if easily overlooked, feature of daily life in many industrial districts. In the next chapter, we follow the work more closely to see exactly how these early morning routes were managed from day to day. How the work was done. By the time the human alarm clock was firmly established in many industrial districts, the work had settled into a routine that changed very little from week to week. Most knockers-up followed fixed routes that were built gradually as new households requested the service. Once a route was formed, it was rarely altered unless a client moved away or a factory schedule shifted. The morning usually began well before the first clients needed to wake. Many workers started their rounds between 3:30 and 5 o'clock, depending on the local pattern of mill, dock, or railway work. The earliest stops were often clustered near large employers where shift times were strict and closely watched. Each address on the route had an agreed waking time. This was not approximate. Factory gates and workshop bells operated on precise schedules, and the knocker-up was expected to match them closely. Some workers carried simple pocket watches, while others worked from long familiarity with the timing of their route. The physical method was straightforward, but required practice. For upper windows, the long bamboo or wooden pole remained the most common tool. Its length allowed the worker to reach second and sometimes third floor bedrooms without needing to approach the door or disturb other members of the household. In tighter streets or where windows sat at awkward angles, different methods appeared. Some knockers-up used short sticks to rap sharply on lower panes. Others carried small pea shooters, blowing dried peas against the glass to produce a quick, distinctive tapping sound that could reach sleepers without waking the entire street. Regardless of the tool, the routine followed the same pattern. The worker stopped, signaled the window, and waited for visible confirmation. Experienced knockers-up rarely left immediately after knocking. Reliability depended on knowing the person inside was actually awake. Some households required repeated tapping. Others were known to respond quickly with a lifted curtain or a briefly opened window. Over time, workers built a quiet knowledge of their clients' habits, learning which addresses demanded patience and which could be handled quickly. Payment was usually arranged on a weekly basis. Historical accounts from late Victorian and Edwardian Britain suggest that many knockers-up charged only a few pence per client each week. The fee was small enough to remain affordable, but meant that the worker needed a substantial number of households to make the route worthwhile. Because of this, efficiency mattered. Routes were often planned to minimize backtracking, with streets covered in a steady forward progression. In dense districts, a single worker might wake 40 or more clients on a busy morning round. The work also required quiet judgment. Knock too softly, and the sleeper might miss the signal. Knock too loudly, and neighbors could complain. The most dependable knockers-up developed a controlled, recognizable rhythm that regular clients came to expect. Weather, darkness, and seasonal changes were part of the routine. Winter mornings extended the hours spent in cold streets, while fog in industrial cities could make upper windows difficult to see. Even so, the routes continued with steady regularity. For many households, the service became as dependable as the factory whistle itself. In the next chapter, we look at what happened when this carefully balanced system failed, and why the job carried more responsibility than it first appeared. When timing failed. For most households that relied on a human alarm clock, the arrangement worked with quiet regularity, but the entire system depended on one fragile condition. The knocker-up had to arrive on time, every time, often in darkness and poor weather. with no easy way for the client to check in advance. If the signal did not come, the consequences could be immediate. Factory work in the late 19th and early 20th centuries often followed strict attendance rules. In many mills and workshops, the gates closed at the official starting minute, and late arrivals might lose part of their pay or be turned away for the full shift. Because of this, the work carried more responsibility than its simple tools suggested. A missed window did not only inconvenience a sleeper, it could interrupt wages for the day and, in some cases, affect a worker's standing with an employer who expected consistent punctuality. Most knockers-up built their reputation on avoiding exactly this problem. Many waited at each stop until they saw clear movement behind the curtain. A lifted blind, a hand at the glass, or a briefly opened window served as proof that the person inside was no longer asleep. In streets where trust had been established over years, clients often relied on the service without setting any secondary alarm. The knock itself became the primary signal to begin the day. Even so, difficulties could arise. Heavy fog in industrial cities sometimes reduced visibility along narrow streets, making it harder to confirm movement in upper windows. In winter, frost could dull the sound of tapping against thick glass, especially in better insulated homes. There were also human limits. Knockers-up worked long routes in the coldest part of the morning, often for modest pay. Fatigue, illness, or simple misjudgment of time could occasionally disrupt the careful schedule. When failures did occur, they were noticed quickly. Working-class districts depended heavily on routine, and word of an unreliable knocker-up could spread through a neighborhood with little delay. Because the service operated largely through reputation and word of mouth, consistency mattered more than speed. Some workers responded by developing more cautious habits. They tapped longer at known heavy sleepers. They adjusted their walking pace to allow small buffers between scheduled stops. A few even revisited certain windows briefly on the return leg of their route when timing allowed. Despite these challenges, the system proved remarkably durable across several decades. The simplicity of the arrangement, combined with the steady demand created by factory schedules, allowed the human alarm clock to remain a familiar presence in many industrial streets. In the next chapter, we look at why the practice continued even after mechanical alarm clocks became easier to obtain. Why the system lasted. By the early 20th century, mechanical alarm clocks were becoming more widely available in Britain and Ireland. Shop windows in larger towns began to display affordable timepieces, and factory-made clocks slowly entered more working-class homes. Even so, the human alarm clock did not disappear as quickly as the new technology might suggest. For many households, the mechanical clock was still treated with caution. Early alarm clocks could lose time if not wound correctly, and cheaper models were not always trusted to ring at the exact minute required for factory work. In homes where wages depended on punctual arrival, the cost of oversleeping remained higher than the small weekly fee paid to a knocker-up. The service offered something simple that machines could not guarantee at the time. It offered confirmation. A clock could ring and be ignored. A knocker-up remained at the window until movement was seen. This small difference kept the human service relevant even as clocks became more common on bedside tables. Cost also played a role. Although alarm clocks were gradually becoming cheaper, they still represented a larger single purchase compared to the few pence paid weekly for waking services. In crowded households where several wage earners shared rooms, paying for one reliable morning signal could remain the more practical choice. In some districts, the work fit naturally alongside other early morning occupations. Night watchmen finishing their shifts, lamplighters completing their final rounds, and early market workers were already present in the streets before sunrise. Adding a wake-up route to their existing routine required little additional equipment and made efficient use of hours that might otherwise pass quietly. The system also benefited from habit. Once a household had relied on the same knocker-up for years, the arrangement often continued out of routine even after alarm clocks became available. Trust built slowly in these neighborhoods, and many families preferred the familiar tapping at the window to the uncertain ringing of a small mechanical device. By the 1920s and 1930s, however, the balance was beginning to shift. Electric alarm clocks improved in reliability, and mass production reduced their cost. As more homes acquired dependable personal alarms, the need for a daily visit from the street gradually declined. Still, in some working-class districts, the human alarm clock remained in place longer than expected, continuing its rounds well into the early decades of the 20th century. In the final chapter, we look at what traces of this quiet profession remain today. What remains? Today, the work of the human alarm clock has almost entirely disappeared from daily life. The streets where knockers-up once walked are still lined with many of the same brick houses, but the early morning routines inside those homes now depend on electric alarms, mobile phones, and automated schedules. In museums and local history collections across Britain and Ireland, the long bamboo poles and simple pea shooters sometimes appear in display cases. They are usually placed among other tools of ordinary working life, small objects that once supported the larger rhythm of industrial cities. Photographs from the late 19th and early 20th centuries occasionally show knockers-up at work. In these images, the worker often stands at the edge of the pavement, pole raised toward an upper window, the street around them still largely empty. The moment looks quiet and practical, much as it would have appeared to those who relied on the service each morning. What has largely disappeared is the daily dependence. As alarm clocks became cheaper, smaller, and more reliable, households gradually shifted toward managing their own waking times. By the middle of the 20th century, the occupation had faded from most urban districts where it had once been common. Even so, the human alarm clock remains a clear example of how communities once solved practical problems using simple, repeatable systems. Before personal technology became widespread, reliability often depended on routine, memory, and the steady movement of workers through familiar streets. For several generations, entire neighborhoods began their working day because one person walked the pavement before sunrise and tapped carefully on the glass. And in the quiet structure of those early morning rounds, the rhythm of industrial life once kept its time. What price did lighthouse keepers pay? Tonight we explore the hidden cost of keeping a lighthouse burning, a job built on isolation, repetition, and responsibility, where failure was never an option. For centuries, lighthouse keepers lived apart from ordinary society. Their work placed them on remote coasts, small islands, and exposed rocks, often far from towns and families. They followed strict routines to keep the light burning every night, regardless of weather or fatigue. Contact with the outside world was limited and unpredictable. Many keepers spent long periods in silence, with only the sea and the tower for company. Historical records describe loneliness, anxiety, and mental strain as common challenges of the job. The lighthouse depended entirely on constant human presence. This story examines what that responsibility quietly demanded. A life cut off from land. Lighthouse keeping was not an ordinary occupation. It required separation from everyday life. The light had to stand apart, and so did the person responsible for it. Many lighthouses were built where people did not live. They stood on isolated coastlines, small islands, or exposed rocks surrounded by water. Reaching them depended on weather, tides, and boats that could not always arrive. Once assigned, the keeper lived inside the lighthouse. The tower was both home and workplace. There was no clear boundary between duty and rest. The same structure held the stairs, the lamp, the tools, and the sleeping space. Responsibility was constant. The light had to burn every night. The lens had to remain clean. The mechanism had to function without interruption. There were no nights off and no allowance for error. Isolation became part of daily life. Some keepers worked alone. Others worked in pairs or small teams. But even then, contact was limited to the same people, day after day. Messages from the mainland arrived slowly, if at all. Silence filled much of the time. When alone, there was no conversation. When not alone, there was little variation. The same routines repeated without change. Time passed differently inside the tower. Days were measured by tasks rather than events. Nights required alertness, even when nothing happened. Sleep was broken and irregular. Many keepers developed habits to manage the hours. They spoke aloud to themselves. They repeated tasks exactly. They watched the sea even when it showed nothing new. These behaviors were practical responses to monotony. For some, isolation became difficult to bear. Historical accounts describe keepers becoming withdrawn or anxious. Others developed obsessive routines or fear of failure. A small mistake felt heavier when no one else was present. In rare but recorded cases, isolation led to mental breakdown. Some keepers lost track of time. Others spoke constantly to themselves. A few were removed from duty after showing signs of severe distress. The work offered little feedback. Most nights passed without incident. Success meant nothing happened. The keeper carried responsibility without confirmation that it was needed. Weather intensified the strain. Storms cut off supply routes. Wind shook the tower. Waves struck the rock below. During these periods, leaving was impossible. Fear did not always come from danger. It came from repetition, confinement, and the knowledge that duty would continue regardless of physical or mental state. The lighthouse allowed no absence. If the keeper failed, there was no immediate replacement. Ships depended on a light that could not be allowed to go out. This was the first price. Not heroism, but endurance. Not adventure, but constant presence. The lighthouse functioned only as long as someone remained inside it, night after night, keeping the light alive. In the next chapter, we move inside the routines that structured this life and examine how daily repetition shaped the keeper's mind. When isolation began to press inward. Isolation did not arrive all at once. It grew slowly, shaped by time, distance, and repetition. At first, it felt manageable. The keeper had work to do, and work gave structure. Contact with the outside world was limited. Letters arrived late or not at all. News came in fragments. The keeper often learned about events long after they had passed. Life elsewhere continued, but it felt far away. Days passed without change. The same view returned each morning. The same sea, the same sky, the same tower walls. Variation was rare and brief. For lone keepers, silence was constant. There was no one to speak to, no voices to interrupt thought. Sound came only from the wind, the waves, and the structure itself. Many keepers spoke aloud to themselves. This was not unusual. It helped mark time. It confirmed presence. It broke the long stretches of silence. These habits were common and often necessary. Even when multiple keepers worked together, isolation remained. The same people shared the same space for long periods. Conversation repeated. Silence followed. There was little new to say. Time lost its normal shape. Without visitors or events, days blended together. Memory became unclear. The keeper remembered tasks, but not dates. Some keepers became deeply attached to routine. They followed schedules strictly. Any disruption caused discomfort. Routine provided control in an environment where nothing else changed. Others reacted differently. They became anxious. Small problems felt large. Weather changes caused fear. The idea of failure weighed heavily. Storms increased mental strain. They cut off supply boats. They trapped the keeper inside the tower. Sound and movement filled the space day and night. During long storms, sleep suffered. The keeper rested lightly, always alert. Fatigue built up without relief. Thoughts repeated without resolution. Historical records describe changes in behavior. Some keepers became withdrawn. Others became restless or irritable. A few lost the ability to focus on simple tasks. In rare but documented cases, isolation caused breakdown. Keepers spoke constantly to themselves. Some showed fear without clear cause. Others became confused about time or duty. These cases were not common, but they were known. They were the result of long isolation combined with constant responsibility. The lighthouse did not allow escape. The sea offered no comfort. It changed constantly, but it did not respond. Watching it did not bring relief. It only reminded the keeper of distance. Loneliness did not always feel emotional. Often, it felt physical, heavy, slow, present without clear reason. The keeper could not leave. Duty remained. Responsibility continued. Isolation stayed. For many, endurance was the only option. They continued because stopping was not possible. The light still needed to burn. This pressure built quietly over months and years. There was no single cause, only accumulation. Eventually, isolation shaped the mind. Thoughts narrowed. Attention turned inward. The outside world felt unreal. In this way, isolation became one of the highest prices of lighthouse keeping. Not dramatic madness, but slow mental strain. The light remained steady. The cost was carried silently. In the next chapter, we look at moments when this pressure led to failure, loss, or removal from duty, and what happened when the system could no longer hold. When the system began to fail. The lighthouse was designed to prevent failure. Its routines, structure, and isolation all served one purpose: to keep the light burning without interruption. Most of the time, this worked. But the system depended entirely on the keeper. When the keeper weakened, the system weakened with them. There was no buffer, no reserve, no distance between the human and the task. Failure rarely came suddenly. It appeared as delay, a task done later than usual, a check missed once, a lens cleaned less carefully than before. These changes were small and often invisible. Fatigue played a central role. Long nights, broken sleep, and constant alertness wore the body down. Over time, attention slipped. Focus narrowed. Small errors became more likely. Isolation made these errors heavier. There was no one else to notice changes early, no colleague to correct a mistake or share responsibility. Everything rested on one person. In some cases, illness contributed to failure. A fever reduced strength. Pain distracted attention. Weakness slowed movement on stairs and platforms. Work continued, but less effectively. Weather increased risk further. Storms made routine harder. Wind and salt damaged equipment faster. Waves shook the structure. During these periods, work increased while rest decreased. Records show that keepers were sometimes removed from duty. This did not happen often, but it did happen. Signs of mental strain, confusion, or inability to maintain routine led to intervention. Removal was not dramatic. It was administrative. A report was written. A replacement was requested. The keeper was sent away when possible. Sometimes this took weeks. Until replacement arrived, duty continued. Another keeper might cover extra shifts, or the same keeper remained in place struggling to maintain the light. In rare cases, tragedy followed. Lights went out. Ships ran aground. Investigations began after the fact. These events were uncommon, but they defined the risk of failure. More often, failure stayed contained. A keeper left quietly. The lighthouse continued with someone new. The system absorbed the loss without ceremony. For the keeper, the cost remained personal. Leaving the lighthouse often meant returning to a world that felt unfamiliar. Noise, choice, and movement were difficult. After long confinement, some keepers never returned to the role. Others did, despite the strain. The work offered structure that was difficult to replace. The system valued reliability over well-being. As long as the light burned, the cost was considered acceptable. Individual strain remained secondary. This balance held for generations. The lighthouse functioned. Ships passed safely. The price remained largely invisible. Only later did this model begin to change. New systems reduced dependence on constant human presence. Automation slowly replaced endurance. But for a long time, the lighthouse stood as proof of a simple rule. The system worked only as long as the keeper did. When the keeper failed, even quietly, the system failed with them. In the next chapter, we look at how lighthouse services tried to manage this risk and what measures were introduced to keep the light burning without breaking the keeper. How the risk was managed. Over time, lighthouse services became aware of the strain placed on keepers. The system worked, but it demanded a great deal from the people inside it. Small changes were introduced, not to remove isolation, but to manage it. One of the first changes was structure. Duties were written down more clearly. Tasks followed fixed schedules. This reduced uncertainty and helped prevent mistakes caused by fatigue or confusion. Some lighthouses moved away from single keepers. Pairs or small teams became more common, especially in the most isolated locations. Sharing responsibility reduced pressure, even if isolation remained. Rotation was introduced slowly. Keepers were sometimes allowed periods away from the lighthouse. These breaks were short and not always predictable, but they offered relief from constant confinement. Supply systems improved. Boats were scheduled more regularly when weather allowed. Food and fuel were delivered more reliably. This reduced anxiety around shortages. Living conditions were adjusted. Sleeping areas were improved. Heating was made more consistent. Small comforts were added where possible, not for ease, but to support endurance. Training became more formal. New keepers were prepared for isolation, not just for technical tasks. They were warned about monotony, silence, and mental strain. Rules were introduced to observe behavior. Signs of confusion, withdrawal, or repeated mistakes were noted. Intervention happened earlier than before, though still slowly. Despite these changes, the core demand remained. The light still had to burn every night. Responsibility still rested with the keeper. Technology began to play a role. Improved mechanisms reduced manual effort. More reliable fuels reduced maintenance. Small changes lowered daily strain. These improvements helped, but they did not remove isolation. They softened its edges. The lighthouse remained a closed world. Some keepers adapted well. They found stability in routine. They accepted confinement. The structure suited them. Others continued to struggle. No amount of scheduling removed loneliness. No improvement replaced human contact. The system learned slowly. It adjusted not because of compassion, but because failure was costly. Ships depended on the light. Over time, the balance shifted. Human endurance was no longer the only solution. Automation became possible. This marked the beginning of change. The lighthouse would remain, but the role of the keeper would not stay the same. The risk had been managed, but never removed. It had simply been redistributed between person and system. In the next chapter, we look at what remains today, and how this role is remembered now that constant human presence is no longer required. What remains, and what was left behind. In time, the world around the lighthouse changed. The sea did not change, the coast did not change, but the way the light was kept alive slowly did. For a long period, lighthouse keeping continued much as it always had. Keepers still climbed the same stairs. Lamps were still cleaned by hand. Nights were still spent awake, watching a light that most people would never notice. Isolation remained part of the job. Then small changes began to appear. New mechanisms reduced some of the physical work. Fuels lasted longer. Equipment became more reliable. These changes did not remove the keeper, but they reduced constant strain. Gradually, technology took on more responsibility. Lights could burn longer without adjustment. Alarms were added to signal problems. The keeper no longer had to watch every moment as closely as before. With this shift, the role began to narrow. The keeper became a monitor rather than a constant operator. Presence was still required, but endurance was no longer the only safeguard. Eventually, automation arrived. Lights could turn on and off by themselves. Systems could report failure remotely. Human presence was no longer essential at every location. This changed the meaning of the lighthouse. It remained a symbol of safety, but it was no longer a place of constant human isolation. Many towers were abandoned. Others were maintained only occasionally. For former keepers, the change was uneven. Some welcomed relief. Others struggled to adjust. A life shaped by routine and confinement did not easily open into freedom. The outside world felt loud and disordered. Choices felt unfamiliar. Time felt loose. Without constant duty, some former keepers felt unanchored. The lighthouse itself remained silent. Empty towers stood against the coast, stairs unused, lamps enclosed behind glass. The work that once filled every hour was gone. What remains today is not the isolation, but its trace. Records describe long postings. Logs list weather, fuel, and maintenance, but say little about mental strain. The cost was rarely written down. Stories survived instead. Accounts of keepers who spoke to themselves, of men who lost track of time, of those removed quietly from duty. These stories were known, but rarely centered. The system had worked. Ships passed safely. Trade continued. Lives were saved. The price was paid privately, one keeper at a time. Today, the lighthouse feels calm. Visitors climb stairs for pleasure. They look out at the sea and leave again. The sense of confinement is gone, but the structure remains a reminder. For generations, safety depended on a single person staying present, night after night, regardless of isolation or fatigue. This was the true cost, not danger, but endurance, not heroism, but remaining. The lighthouse asked for constant attention and offered little in return. It did not care how the keeper felt. It only required that the light stayed on. That requirement shaped lives. It shaped routines, habits, and minds. It asked people to carry responsibility without relief. This is what the lighthouse demanded, and this is what changed. The light still guides ships, but it no longer asks a human to give up their world to keep it alive. The past settles here quietly, not as tragedy and not as nostalgia, but as record, a reminder of what systems once required and what they quietly took. That's it for tonight. Thank you for staying with me this far, wherever this far turned out to be. Whatever you remember of it tomorrow, or don't, sleep well.